Hello. It is time. So I don't think I want to do blue nose anymore. I don't want to do that. What? Should go there. My idea now is actually, all right. Come on. I think, okay, why did it just suddenly get really bright? I think what I should do is something a bit easier. I think random is still going to work. Not using blue noise. My approach to it needs to be different. What I can do is I can use the density to essentially run very similar to how most, just to run similar to how Terrain 3D does it. And I'm assuming how pretty much any other random thing works, where they essentially take a density value, compute an expected number of objects to place, give it an area, and then throw those points down. And essentially at that point, that's where Terrain 3D stops. It just says, all right, we've computed a number of points to place, here's where they go, and then it places them. I want to add essentially just the extra step of saying, okay, but check those points and make sure they're not too close to each other. Let me go ahead and close this. Close all. Because I'm just gonna delete what I've done, which wasn't very much, but though what do I have here? Just messing around, I think. That's fine. Well, not really. This is gonna super change. Yeah. This approach, just writing it, has shown me it's just really illogically intense. And I like to think that I'm really good at writing code, but I keep writing bugs in this. And I'm not even sure if I've done it correctly yet. There's not really a way for me to prove that I've done it correctly. Not that I can think of. I mean, there is a way I can prove that I've done it correctly. It just would be really tedious and hard and whatever. I think the results already show that it's not a good idea because of the fact that I'm doing scan lines essentially, and because of the probability function that I've come up with, it's really, really likely to draw lines that go at a 45-degree angle like that in like the positive XZ direction. It's really, really likely to do that with any amount of density. Lower density, maybe it's less likely. Maybe it'll, like, you know, skip, but eventually it's just at a point where it says, 2% chance, 10% chance, 20% chance, 30% chance, right? Like you can literally see how it's tuning itself to try and draw that like 45-degree angle, maybe a little bit greater than a 45-degree angle of lines of placed assets. So essentially what I'm getting at is my idea is just going to be go like the full Minecraft route, which Train 3D already kind of has. I'm not going to be able to figure out this thing. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to set this to auto, and it's going to look bad. Now I'm going to close the top of the window. A little bit better, maybe. I'm also noticing the window behind me is like really, really bright. That's probably messing with it. I'm going to close that. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just like a cloudy day. It just keeps getting bright and dark constantly. Okay. As I was saying with the Minecraft route, essentially Terrain 3D already has cells which are 16 by 16 regions. Not regions. 16 by 16 volumes. Volumes? Planes? A plane, I guess. Area, whatever. Words are difficult. What is changing here? Oh, I was making the blur so it could repeat. I guess I should send that. Should I? No, I don't think I'm going to use that. I'm just going to undo that. I'm going to restore all of these terrain data. I just got to clean things up for a minute. Apparently the compositor? Let's change an environment. I turned on the blur effect, so I'm going to restore that. Man, I was going crazy or something. And then that, I'm just going to do that. And then this is cast shadows and LOD range. I guess I'll leave that. Oh, hey Dan, I forgot to like open my chat so I could even see. I almost did. I almost straight up missed that. Jeez. I only saw it because I saw it in like the side in the stream preview. Okay, cool. How's it going, Danilin? Anything cool? Anything cool happen? Next data row. So I'm gonna totally change how I'm doing that. That's gonna super change. I'm not doing it like this at all. With the cells, essentially my idea is I set the density, and then I can still use the minimum distance. And what I use there is I say, all right, let's go through every cell. Not really every cell. I think I want to do, I should probably do using a seed value to determine which the order of cells. So I should randomly order the cells using a seed value, just so I'm not doing, like, no possibility of me doing scan lines again where you're going to see a trend of things kind of following a pattern. Maybe that won't even matter. I don't know. Haven't been doing my game for some days, that's bad. Yeah. I was as well. Something about Christmas and the New Year just totally threw me off. I don't know what happened. That's usually the time when you're like, all right, I'm going to get serious on this thing. And then you get serious for a week. I was for a day. So all this is pretty much going away. This was just too complex for me to figure out. It's just too complex. I did figure it out, I think, but it took a long time. So that's all going to go away. I'm going to keep that, actually. So I'm just going to, I think, undo this. Well, actually, I don't really need to undo that. I can leave that. I just need to undo things that I definitely don't want to have. What's here? Instance regions, whatever. So this blue noise thing, I'm getting rid of that. Which I guess just means I'm going to go in there and delete the files. Actually. Oh, this should probably be named. What? That was weird. Alright, so shader, I got this. I'm just deleting that. Script. Post-process. I don't have it there. Resource. Delete those. Util. I am not going to use that. And then I think there's some stuff here. Yeah, so this. Delete that. And this, I'm not having that. Delete that. In the, I think I said the blur I'm gonna get rid of. Yeah, I don't think I need that. Blur thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write it so the system is producing stuff in cells, which are 16 by 16 areas. And how do I... Forest with bushes has broken dependencies. Okay, well, I'm just going to go delete that then. No, I don't delete that. I just hit save, and then that's fine. Okay. Jeez, I was not ready for this close-up. Okay. That kind of scared me a little bit. Alright, well... that guy's there. Alright, so... here's what's gonna happen now. I have to remember where the code is. It's gotta be this one. I produce... I mean, since we're going into Terrain 3D and Terrain 3D wants cells... outputs... what is this? Okay. Terrain instance node, I think, does the main work. Region? Editor populate. Populate. Update mesh. We do this stuff. Where do we give it? We call add instances data. Transforms and colors. Okay. Okay. So for some reason I thought... okay. That's fine. Mesh vertex loop. So this is where... okay. I think I have to use the add. I think I figured that I would have to use the add instances route, which just takes in the array. The add transforms route, which just takes the array. Because it'd be too difficult to work with the actual data type, and this does a lot of, like, tedious work to make sure things are placed in the right spot. So the API is really simple. I just provide the array. But on this side, I am going to match the 16 by 16 cells. So what I think I do is... so I want to get the bounding box. And then I want to produce cells out of that box. And then again, the idea with the cells is essentially it's kind of similar to how physics does it. They bundle objects together by regions, and they say, all right, well, we know for a fact that everyone in here has no chance of ever interacting with things 200 meters away, so we bucket those two in different places, and now we only compare these two together and these together. So you just cut down like the n squared, or the n to the n, whatever it is. N squared? It's probably n squared. The n squared amount of checks you need to make. So if I have an object that has a minimum distance of 1, or I guess less than 16, I only have to check the 8 neighboring cells to see if any transform is too close to the transforms of those cells. If it's larger, then of course I would have to account for more cells, but when the minimum distance is larger, those cells are more likely to be empty already because they probably only placed 1, maybe. So it should be good. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take tracking out. I might just like totally start rewriting. I think this part I'm probably going to need. I need that for the hit tests. I don't know what that is. I'm just going to delete it. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I know it says output and I could figure it out, but I'm just going to cut it out. So I'm not doing this like that. I can take these out. I'm not doing it by row anymore. Create population data. I don't think I'm using that. Next row, I'm not using that. Populate probability. I'm not doing it like that. Essentially, I'm just taking a random value and amplifying it by your density. Or I'm computing a number of points I want to place to a cell by the density. It's impossible to find good stable diffusion model that isn't. What? Yeah, that's unfortunate. For instance, I'm dropping that. Instance index, instance data. I probably need this. I think I should really just cut out most of this stuff actually. Just so I'm totally not getting too mixed up or anything. I'll just go and rewrite this bit. So if I'm gonna go by cells, I'm gonna use cells to bucket things. And I think what I'm using the instance index and instance data is instance index is I to the instance ID. And then the instance data is the instance ID to some tracking information, which I don't need this. So I could definitely just drop that. And probably now I can just say this is instances. Okay, and then I'm going to do I'm gonna go all the way chunks. So essentially, when I try to place an instance, I'm going to, or rather, I take the bounding box and I produce the chunks out of that bounding box. So actually, I think what I can do first is I can given this bounding box, I can figure out what my chunks are. And then I can probably set like a flag on there to say, no, I don't think so. Essentially, I have to test every vertex Do I have to? No. I think I just do this. So, let me cut that. Why did that become a comment? I don't know. So I'll say compute chunks that will be populated. So I have x1. This needs to round towards negative infinity. It's the nearest 16 by 16 number. How do I do that? X1 does floor say negative infinity? Yeah. Cool, and I'm gonna do this to make it very apparent what I'm trying to go for here. Okay, so these two will round down, and the other ones, I think I round up and subtract 1. Does that sound right? I round up and subtract 1. That's not the right. That's not the... I think I subtract 1. So let me just think about this. So I take, if I have a box and I put a point in the box, I round it up, then I subtract 1. And that coordinate is this box. So box 0 is from 0 to 15, 0 to 15. So if I'm at 14, I round up to 15. We're actually rounding up to bring me to 16. And then I subtract 1, which says box 0, which is that whole area. Yeah. Yeah, that seems right to me. I'll find out if it's right just by looking at the results, but that seems right to me. So compute the chunks that will be populated. For each one of these, and like I said, I think what I should do is avoid the scan line thing, and I should actually go... The way that Minecraft does it is they do a... There's some pattern to the way that Minecraft does it. This chunk has to have its 8 around... Really the pattern is chunk 0 cannot populate until all the chunks... If you think about it in stages for Minecraft, you have... I think it's terrain, then it's surface decoration, it's surface material, then it's decorate structure, and then it's decoration. I think that's like generally the high level order that it goes through. And for each of those stages, except for the first stage, the 8 neighboring chunks have to have completed your stage -1. So before you can place surface material, the 8 chunks around you have to complete their terrain height. Before you can place trees, the 8 chunks around you have to finish their surface decoration. I think it's generally how they do it. Maybe that's different. Maybe that's like an old way that they did it. Maybe they don't do it like that anymore. Maybe I was just totally wrong whenever they code, and that's not how it ever worked. Essentially what I'm saying here is I can't place trees here, or rather, I can't place trees at 1, 0 until 0, 0 is done. Like, that's the order it goes in. It completes the first chunk, your spawn chunk, or I guess not really spawn chunk, but chunk 0. And then it does the 8 chunks around it, and then does the 8 chunks around, or whatever number that would be around that one. And it goes out in like a spiral pattern. So I guess I kind of need a way to figure out how I'm going to populate these in a deterministic way so that moving the region doesn't change the result. Because if I were to, okay, now I'm figuring it out. If I were to just take this list of chunks and randomly order it or randomly iterate it, even if it's by a seed, if the number of chunks changes, you're gonna get a different result. So I guess I could just sort it. Doesn't even make sense what I just said. Actually, you know what I just said doesn't make sense. I can do it however I want. I think it sounds, from my previous experiences, it sounds right to randomly order this or randomly iterate it. But I also think that probably doesn't matter at all. Because if ultimately I pick the points at random, it doesn't matter where I start. Maybe it does. As long as this is deterministic. So clicking populate on the same regions without moving anything around is going to give you the same result every time with a seed. So I'm going to say, do I even have a seed yet? I don't think I even have seeds yet. I don't even have seeds yet. So honestly, I can't even do that right now. So I've just been kind of like, talking about something I can't even do right now. Okay, so I'm just going to say I want to go by rows. So chunk Y is going to be chunk Y1. Whatever. Well, chunk Y is less than Y2. Let's say chunk X, chunk X1. X2. Stuff there, and then add 1. Add 1. Okay. So each chunk is going to be a 16 by 16 area. So given a density, or I guess, yes, this is probably where I go to the other function thing now. Yeah, so given the... I think what I just want to say is, I want to say like populate chunk. I tell it the instance, and I tell it, or I give it the instance data, and then I give it the number it should place. That's basically it. So I need a count, which will be a... I think what I want is like a rand... normally distributed... a standard deviation. Is that something I already have? Density. So density... I think about density. 1 would mean... I guess 1 per 16 meters. So I'll go and document that as being what this means. Expected... when I say expected... one thing that I think of is to get a random count. Oh, you can never go higher than that. Let's say I say a density of 1. This would mean I would expect to find 1 every 16 by 16 areas. Dude, you can't type that. Damn, you can't say that. What? What are you saying? I'm sure Yilia is very happy and very alive. I'm sure Yilia is very alive. And I would hope very happy. Uh, 16 squared? What's that? Does that even make sense to say? I'll just provide it. A standard deviation. Which needs to be, definitely needs to be positive. So I'll say... I'll just do the same thing. Density deviation. 2. So count rand f, and I'm just going to do rounds away from 0. Yeah, sure. And I need it per instance, so say 4. Do I need the instance ID? It matters because of the order. But this is a list. Why do I have it by I? Because I'm crazy? Yeah, I think so. That's probably it. Probably because I'm crazy. Notice the pro-Palestine people are pretty silent about Iran, where the celebrities. I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything about that. The last news I heard was we captured the Venezuelan president. Right? It was Venezuela? I don't remember. I think... Do I need this? I need to know it because of the order. The order of it does matter. I need to know I. Is that why I did it by a dictionary? So I could just easily... That doesn't make any sense. Honestly, that just doesn't make any sense. Whatever, I'm going to leave it. It's fine. For index and instances, I'm going to do instance settings is going to be instances get index. Okay. Those are correct. Count will be instance density, instance density deviation, round, and then I have the count, I have the chunk, so I'm just going to say populate chunk. I give the instance, the chunk, and the chunks. And then that's all I should have to do, I think. This part yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Okay. And then I think I should probably do something like this. So I should probably keep this. So I'm going, do I know where the X is? Do I know where X is? Yes, I found it. So if chunk X modulo 100 every 100 vertices, So I think what I want to do is this would actually be, this is every 100 rows. I think I want to say every 10, I'll say every 10 chunks. Yeah, every 10 chunks. Chunk Y? What? I'll just keep a counter. And then if chunk total modulo 10 is 0, does 0 start at 0? No, it'll start at 1. So every 10 chunks, I will look in a second. Every 10 chunks, should populate chunk tell me how many it placed? Maybe? So percent complete will be chunk total chunk max will be the difference between x2 and x1 times y2, y1. Okay. I'll look at Discord. What is it? I love API keys. I love API keys getting put into, committed into repeat public repositories. Someone made a fork, I think, of some like Steam API library that I have. Maybe I shouldn't say this on stream. Whatever. It's been like 2 years. They must have figured it out by now. They committed their API key to their public fork. It was really funny. For some reason, I got like an email notification about their fork. I don't know why. I was like, oh, cool. What is it? And I looked at it and their API key's just right there. It's funny. Maybe I should pull this up. What is all that extra stuff? I feel like there's tracking things there that I don't know if I... Yeah. Close. Close. I'm done with all of that. Yeah. Do you think it just made up an API key? Do you think it just made one up? Or did it like actually put it in there? Do not commit your actual key to public repositories if you use this file for development. Yeah. I think I have that written too. I think mine. Let's go see. Honestly, let's go see. Like, it's been so long. There's no way I can be responsible for this if this guy actually still has something here. I'm pretty sure it was this. Does this even have... This actually might not be it. Is this even... Oh gosh, I have to read my own documentation. Oh, there it is. Does this even use that? Actually, I think this is just a library, right? This isn't actually app.js. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. It might be this one. It might be a different one. 2 years ago. Updated 2 years ago. Alright. So, yeah, there's... Key Steam is cool. Alright. Okay, I got really scared for a second because I just realized what this name was. Girl Skinny 19. Updated 8 years ago. Okay, so they didn't put anything there. I thought I was about to open it. It was just going to be... I thought for a second I was just about to open up Born. I really straight up just thought I was about to... Okay. Not that one. Is it... this? One fork. View fork. I thought it was one of these. I feel like it was this one. Maybe it got taken down because there are 7 apparently, and I can only see 3. I was gonna say maybe I put an issue on one of them. No. Well, it happened, and I think it was Steam.js API. I think it was that one. 26 stars 7. Is this like a real thing people still use? Because there's no way this works anymore. There's no way this works anymore. Oh. Apparently maybe it is. Maybe it is. Anyway. I saw it happen once. I put an issue, I think, on the repo, and I told them that they had their API key. And I think they either fixed it, or they privated it, or their account got deleted. I will... So this, I kind of need some of this. Build final transforms and colors. Gah. I think I distract myself too much. I think I do. I think I really do. Okay. Let's write this function. Populate chunk. Yeah, that's fine. I was going to say, I did just realize that... Terrain instant. Yeah, that's right. I had a dumb realization that the order matters, and of course the order matters because I've made it so the order matters, so it prioritizes what it should prioritize placing a tree over a bush, because it will always try to place the trees first, and the trees don't care how close they are to a bush. It's happened at least twice now that I say something in passing and I'm like, wait a second, that's something important that I need to know. So this is supposed to return an integer for how many it placed. Okay, so what I just said, the trees don't care how close they are to bushes. The bushes do care. But the problem is that if I place a bush on the edge of a cell chunk, the tree is not going to check if it's too close to the bush. But it could be too close to the bush. So what I think I need to do is I need to go over every chunk per instance, not every instance per chunk. Every chunk per instance. Currently I'm doing it so that every instance... What? Forget English, man. Just straight up forget English. Oh my gosh. So it should be like this. Whoops. And then, yep. Okay. So now I'm going to place every tree. And I'm going to place every bush. And I'm going to place every whatever else happens. Which, I guess, chunk max should instead be the number of instances. Yeah. And then every 10 chunks... Let's say every 16 chunks. Every 16 chunks I print it out. You see about Stranger Things, last season has such a bad ending that people keep coming up with the idea that a new secret episode was coming out. How do you make seasons out of Stranger Things? I feel like that's the kind of show that needs to, like, it has to end at some point. You have to just say it's done, right? It has to stop. I haven't watched the show, but just from what I know about the premise of it, that really seems like the kind of story that you have the whole story written, and then you make it into the show. You can't just keep continuing it. Like, it's like an extended movie. I don't know anything about Stranger Things. I haven't watched it. I only know, like, what is super popular about it and well known. It's got monsters. And you have, like, an alternate universe. A reality dimension, whatever it is. Made for normies. Normies eat stuff like pigs. I mean, from what I, like, remember seeing, hearing about it. I thought it was like a 1-2 season thing and it was done. I didn't know it was continuing. It didn't strike me as a seasonal show. Like I said, it really felt like an extended movie. The whole story was written before a single episode was made. But I guess not. If they're actually doing seasons like that. Maybe I should multiply this by instances. So depending on the number of instances, it does it less. Yeah, that seems right. While chunk... Yeah, this should be tabbed in one. That'd be a funny infinite loop to forget about. I still need to keep this part. I have to go through... It's okay. So... Okay, let me just... Copy, cut that. Delete that. I definitely don't need that because I'm not creating a lot of memory anymore. Paste that. I'm holding shift. I'm totally holding shift right now. Okay. So I have... Oh, I need the count. What? The instance, the count. And in fact, I don't even need to know the count there. I can definitely just compute it here, and that's what I should be doing. Computing it in here. So x plus 1? Am I crazy? Do that there. Yes. Wait. Yes. I haven't even started yet, and I feel like I'm already losing my mind. Okay, so compute the count, and then I'm going to produce a random set of points, and I'm going to go through those points, and I'm going to check, are we too close to any existing points or previous points? I guess I can just say, are we too close to existing points? So what this will mean is if I produce 2 points that are right next to each other, the first one I say, all right, there's nothing else around, so we place it. And the second one I check against the placed points, and I'll find, okay, well, now it's too close to this one, and then I discard it. Right? Okay. So for n I in count range count So I compute a random position within my chunk. So the chunks are 16 by 16 areas. Perhaps I should have like a constant for that. There we go. So my position is going to be a random location between the chunk coordinate and that coordinate plus 16, not including the n. So if I do rand f range inclusive, I am placing my vertexes and then I randomly push them around within that vertex. So let's do that. Let's do a random vertex. Rand int range, this must be exclusive. Inclusive. Really? Why? Whatever. Also make these floats. Inclusive? I'm so bothered by that. I definitely want it to be exclusive. Okay, let's do a min between this value and that. Or to 3 nines. Okay. So this gives me a random position within the chunk. Then I have the position. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a check to make sure that I do these checks. And I guess I can pull these out here, which since these are up here, I will just copy these out. And do I need this like bounding blocks thing? I feel like I don't really need that. So just do position X, position Y, and then add this. Oh, this is vector 3, by the way. Z. Is this multiplication correct? So -1 starts at, yeah, -16. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then direction is just down if we don't hit the triangle mesh. Continue. Okay, very simple. And then if the terrain doesn't have that point, terrain has v vector 2. I'll just make a vector 2. And it should probably be rounded, right? It's probably, I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. Continue. Okay. Okay, so now I have a random position from my random count. Now, I need to know the minimum distance to compute how many cells, how many surrounding chunks I have to check. And then I have to go, and then I use the chunks dictionary to locate any of those that I care about. And now I realize kind of why I do the index thing. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Okay. So I need to get the minimum distance. Which is actually going to change per instance that I care about. So I'd have to do 4 instance minimum distances. So minimum distances should be a dictionary of the index to a distance. And I'm just going to do squared. So then from my current chunk, I can compute, well, okay, let me do this. I do just need the normal minimum distance first, and then I have the minimum squared. So then I say, well, yeah, this is fine just to do right away. So then I need to know, essentially I'm producing a box around me. I was going to say, would it be better to iterate through every chunk and then check if that chunk is too far? That'd be a simple way to do it, and it would look nice. But I think the correct way to do it is to do it by making a box, so I can reduce how many I need to iterate over, because then I can key into those directly. And the index should probably really be other ID. And then I guess what I can really do is I can just check if, yeah, I think chunks will be instance ID, then to chunks. And then that contains the transforms. So we can just skip that because we know there's no chunks with it. And then I can compute, I guess, the because I can make get return a null. I don't even have to. Get will just return an empty dictionary, which evaluates to false, so. Or, yeah. Instance ID, chunk, vector, array of positions. Okay. So minimum distance, I guess what I do is I divide that by 16 and then round it up. And then that should give me the bounding box that I can need to check. That I would need to check. Okay. Chunk x minus the distance divided by 16 rounded up. I guess I actually could just compute this one time. And then for the end, do I need to do like an add one or subtract one here? Because I can put mine at the end of the box. And if the range is 16, then I need to check that whole cell over here. So it'd be this plus 1, which is fine. I think that seems fine, yeah. So I guess since chunk range is just like this, no, I kind of want to compute it all at the start, so. And I'm going to do a while loop, because I like that. It'll actually be x Start. Yes. Oh, and this should definitely be an equals. Yeah. I feel like I can't type it. It's so bad. Yeah, the fact that like W just sometimes doesn't press for me, even though I like give it a lot of force. Like I have to really slam that key to make it type consistently. Gosh, I gotta figure that out. That's gonna just drive me nuts. So then in here, I look through my placed chunk. So I will do and I just noticed, so when I'm doing minimum distances, I guess this can be an option. Does the distance incorporate height differences or does it not? For a tree, it should not incorporate height distances. Because just how trees grow, they grow up, right? I mean, maybe there's like some like in the real world, there's like some factor where height differences apply a little bit, but not as much as lateral differences. I don't even know. I'm just gonna say the height difference doesn't matter. Positions are gonna be vectors. They're vector 2s. And I don't think I can write that. I think I have to do this. So I'm gonna go out. All right, see you down. Other chunks is a dictionary. Okay. We're good. Now this one is gonna be I don't like it. I want this to be fast because there could be a very large range. So I think I just say variant and then I use the get so I can have it actually be null. X and Y. Now positions continue. And now I compare my distance to every one of these. So then I say, position Y. Did I ever modify position Y? This number might be too big. I need it to be big for the hit test. But I want it to be 0. I don't have that. I'll call this position. Vector 2. And this will be array position. And I use array position. There we go. Good. And this can now just be position. And now these other positions are going to be vector 2s. And I just say if distance squared to other position is less than our minimum distance squared, then I do a skip. So this needs to be a skip up here. Okay, so I guess what I need here is to have a too close boolean is false. And here I say too close is true. Break. This really sucks. This is where a go-to would actually be so nice to have. Wrong thing. I want that one. No, I don't know. If too close, if too close, if too close, if too close. And this will be a continue. I guess possibly what I could say yeah, what if the density is high and the minimum distance is really high as well? That would essentially discard an entire chunk if the minimum distance is larger than the chunk is to the other chunk we're testing that contains a thing. So maybe what I can say is check, do a different thing where I say I could do a preliminary test where I check if if anything that I care about is absolutely already too close, for sure, guaranteed too close, then I can skip the entire chunk. Right. Check. Test if this chunk contains any valid positions given the minimum distance requirements. Save a lot of time for high density instances with large minimum distances. Okay. So this chunk, I guess what I can say is I could say if something else has to be at least 16 meters away. So basically I would do divide by 16 and round it down. And then that means I can't find another chunk within this chunk area that contains this instance type. No, 4. Do another check here. I'm holding shift, please. If we don't have it, we don't need to check for that. If we do have it, then I need this number. And I'm basically just going to copy this. I could just cut that out. This cuts out. Okay, so I think this would actually be a floor, right? So if my minimum distance is... I think I have to multiply this by the square root of 2, right? Because the idea is that, let's say... Let's assume an instance exists in the top left corner. Actually, let's assume the worst case scenario. I find a chunk And I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should, like, draw this? Maybe I should draw it? Okay. I'll just zoom in. Alright, so I have a chunk here. And then this chunk here. So let's assume maybe I should draw these larger. Let's do this. I have these two chunks. This is the furthest top left position I could place there. And this is the worst, or the furthest position bottom left here that I could place. So, and then I guess when I go negative, I would have to flip it around the other way. So if I have a chunk over here, I would have to flip that around. So I would need like this, right? So I would be comparing blue to green. This is my chunk. Can I mark that somehow in a way that, or like this? Okay. So this is my chunk. I could place at 0, 0, and here's a neighbor chunk that I may care about because it's close enough. And this is the furthest one that it could place here, all the way up here. So what is this distance between these 2 points? So that would be the chunk size times 2. And then I guess also, and then multiply by the square root of 2. Is that right? That's the distance between these 2 places. Probably not. I don't think I can just do it like that. I think I actually have to square it. So I take the top left here, compare it to the bottom right of this chunk. Or how would I do this? Maybe this optimization doesn't matter and I should just not do it. I'm gonna not do it for now. That's a bit much, to be real. So forget that. Just gonna do it normal. If we're too close, we break. We're too close, we break. We're too close, we break. Too close, we break. Too close, we continue. Which this is just. That tells me that wherever I have too close here should probably be a function at this point. But this would need chunks, instance, and its own chunk, and a position. Let me do that. Okay. Okay. Continue. Since minimum distances. So probably at this point, I should probably really do this. For organization. Then anywhere that I have this break, I can just do return false, or return true. And that's actually it. This all falls out. This is all good. Seems good. We go through each chunk. We check every instance in that chunk that we care about to see if it's too close. If any of them are too close, we stop immediately, return true. And then we would continue there. Okay. So now, like, that's actually like how simple it is now, right? This chunk system. So now I just have to place it, because I know it's a valid point. Which means I have to put it in the chunk that I am currently in. So then I can just say, if not, if chunks does not have our I need to know that number. I could return an array of positions. Sure, let's do that. And what I'll simply do is I'll have results. Cool. And then up here, I know that at this point these positions are technically valid right away. So I could just take these positions and produce the... I do have to do this data thing. The data has to have transforms and colors for the instance ID. And the ID is output keys. These just line up to this, actually. So I can have that out here. Data sets that to transforms and colors. So I get the positions. for each one of these. And I guess I can also say, well, maybe up here, this is probably better. Xforms is an array of transform 3D. I mean, yeah, obviously. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit clever here. And then I can do if xforms resize to xforms size plus added positions. And I do colors as well. Which I think this one's actually a packed color array. I'll call it count added. This will be instance total to instance total plus count added. So if I add 1, the instance total, which could be 0 to 1. So and now this is where I need to compute this thing. I don't need to do that because I've already got it. I just have to do this. And then if we're nan, which shouldn't happen, but it could happen. I'll just do this. Well, I mean, I say shouldn't happen. It can happen. Maybe I should actually, like, build up. Whatever. Added. Okay. Can I type K? I'll call it height. Instance get height of, so it should be I feel like J and I are like actually too close. Typically, like the counters you would use is like I, J, and K. I feel like I and J are just too close to actually use that though. It's gotta be like a better one. Like I, H, K probably is better. But I guess H and K maybe look similar if I know where the H is. I don't know. What am I trying to do right now? I'm trying to be clever, really. I can do a resize once in case I'm adding a lot. Resize also guarantees that I'm not going to reserve more memory than I'm actually going to use. And then there's always just a small chance that a position I think was valid actually wasn't valid because it just happened to be in the wrong place. Let's keep I at 0. And then let's just do I less than count added. So I can do I here. And then count added. Why was I doing it the other way? I'm not really sure. Oh, because X forms should be I plus instance count. And then we would do I add 1 down here. Which this is just going to be color white. And then this is a bunch of stuff that I don't need anymore. I will move this up here. Identity X form origin will be equal to vector 3 position X height position Y height variation, rotation variation, scale variation. This will be equal to that. What's the problem with this? A bunch of copy issues. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. What's the problem here? Instance count. Oh. It's supposed to be instance total. And then here is where I would have this color variation. I think I'll just do like this. Transform, take identity, rotation, scale, height variations. And color is just white. Do this, I plus 1. You size it, count added, minus 1. And then the chunk is basically done. Basically done? It is done. Don't need to do that. Save to data, which I guess I will have to do. So data, transforms and colors. This would be index. Transforms color, which I guess I actually just realized that's not really what this is meant to be, is it? Yeah, it's actually an ID. So instance ID. Because otherwise, in order to like have like a populate that just is bushes, which happen to be like mesh ID 5, I'd have to create 4 empty ones. So we can't do that. So we just save that. Do not time the terrain placement size. Placed instance total. Add to terrain. Terrain updated. Yeah, that might be it. Okay. Let's see what happens. Make sure everything is saved. And by everything, I mean I click save scene and that does all saving for some reason. Okay. What happens? Trying to assign a non-object value to a variable of type. What? Line 512. 521. Non-object value. Oh. Right. This is supposed to be that. So why do I have... Yeah. So instances, just make it an array of instance settings. So that I can just avoid doing the check. For the index and everything like that. And then here, the chunks contain other ID. And then when I place, I use yeah, I'm using the IDs. So results add. I need to place it in the chunk. That's one thing that I missed. I actually didn't place it into the chunk. Which I guess that's fine. Populate chunk is probably a bad name then. This. And then, whenever I place, which this is the placement happening here. Oh, no. Okay, so this does have to be called populate chunk. And I do have to add it to the chunk. So when I add to the results, I do that, but then I also say, I need my current chunk. um, okay, yeah. And I guess I have to do it up here. Well, let's do this. So I will say if positions array of vector 2, if which this shouldn't actually happen. This shouldn't happen. When I'm given a chunk to populate, I mean, okay. I should be making the assumption that I've never run this before on this chunk, but I'm not going to make that assumption. So I'm going to say if chunks has instance ID, then I will do get the ID. And then if self chunks has this chunk, then positions will actually be equal to self chunks get this one. And then at the end, return the size of the positions, and I will do this one stays like that. And here I say if positions is 0, I just return. I don't do anything. Otherwise, I guess I can actually keep track of a different counter instead. Yeah, just do 0. All of that. Oh, so at this point I need to make sure that everything exists. So if chunks does not have our instance ID, I'll just do this. Oh, I guess I'll do it like this. Well, Yeah, if we have it, I do this. Okay. And then I guess I'm just kind of... Am I writing to it? No, I should just be appending my positions to this. Oh, but I gotta do it up here too. Right, okay. This is really weird. I'm doing it in a weird way, I think. How do I need to do this? I don't want to create it unless I've added to it. Right. So if it exists, I want to start with that as my positions. I don't even have to do that because I'm not doing it that way. I don't have to do that step. But here, count added will be added to 1. But what I have to do is at this point, I need to make sure that chunks contains this new position that I just added. It has to. Which is why I do it up here at the top. But this is odd because I think in... It's annoying. Genuinely, it's annoying. GDScript, I think, is not very good about ensuring your array references are truly references. Sometimes they can just become copies. I think it's mostly just around the packed data types, which are copies until you write to them and then they become references. And they also behave weird where they consider themselves empty even though they have values. It's totally broken. It's definitely incorrect. So I'm just not going to trust it. I'm going to assume that when I get this array vector, I'm just going to assume it's a copy. So I'm going to add this bit back and write it like this. Okay. I don't like it. 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 Okay. So when I add a position, place it in chunk now. So then I can just do that. And then I don't need positions anymore. I think this is fine to write it this way, so I'm going to write it that way. This way. And I guess I can actually put this up here at the top. Optimistically assuming that it will exist. And I have to place in chunk now. So then I have to say I hate this S thing where I'm just like having two variables with very similar names. How do I do this? This is dumb. This is dumb. I don't like this. Chunks has to be everything because the instance could care about many different things. So it has to be everything. It can't be just itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to say self chunk. It's going to be this. It's going to be the array of vector 2. And then if we have this, okay, self chunk, and I'll call this chunk. Positions. That doesn't seem right. I can just call it position. Okay, we're going back to positions. Okay. Are chunks dictionary. If chunks has instance ID, I do at least trust the dictionary. That makes sense. Array, I'm not so sure. So we just do this. Positions. Append that. And then my idea here is I say, maybe I can just write. No, I have to place it in I have to place it into the chunk now. It does have to be present. So, whatever, man. I hate it, but whatever. If chunks does not have our instance ID, then set ID to a dictionary where the first value is a chunk to positions. And chunk is a vector 2i. Yeah. Otherwise, if it does have it, then I'm going to still operating the assumption that the array is going to be dumb. I'm going to say our chunks. Set to positions. And then if it does not have it, then I set it to that. Is that it? If chunks doesn't have our instance ID, set it to this. Yeah, that's probably good. So there's now empty. But I still do want the thing to happen where existing positions come through. So yeah, that goes back to that. Append it, set it. Which we don't need to do that, but I want to do that. And then if we don't have it there, set it. Okay. That should be good. Wow, that was difficult. Okay. So this is now just gonna be, was it like this? What? Okay. Count added equals this. And then positions will be equal to instances and instances. Where's chunks? There it is. And I guess this should just be chunks get instance ID that. Right. I guess I could return positions and then that's probably simpler. I'll just do that. Fine. No, I want to return an insert because I don't trust the copying stuff. Oh, and then if it fails, I have to drop it. Which actually, perhaps that just means I can do the check here as well. Positions could be vector 3. Because I can just do the check out here. And then I can be sure that we're not... that this is going well. Terrain has... here's the thing that I'm not sure about. The has and the get height, I need to go look at that again. Because... this is something strange. Get height. If the position is close to a vertex, is returned if I is interpolated. So, what does has do? Terrain has. Get control point. It just checks if it's a hole, pretty much. And then yeah, hole test returns false. Yeah, so I had to do that myself. Okay. Should return a finite value. Don't trust it then. So I mean, since I'm doing it all here, then I guess I can do... Yeah, okay. And then we're working with position or vector 3s now instead. So sweet. X, Z, Z. Position Y is now height. Position is vector 3. And just the way that I'm going to do this is I'm just going to do flatten height. It's probably... I'll do it like this. If what is it? What's the distance formula? It's how many times am I gonna forget this? X2 minus x1 squared, xy2 minus y1 squared. I mean, I just don't know math anymore, I guess. And then squared. Position 2, other 2. Okay. And I'll call ignore height. Okay. So position 2, drop the y. Other 2, drop the y. Position 2 distance squared to other 2. Okay. Alright. So then up here, I don't need that anymore. Not have to worry about that. We get a vector 3. Will just be equal to positions I guess. Height variation, rotation, scale, stuff. Okay. Terrain does not have... Okay, so I guess I would do... I guess I gotta do this down here, actually. After all that. This should be faster than asking for the height, I think. At least it seems like that's the order I tend to do it in. I grab the height last. I'll do this. This will be wise. And then here, or Y. I'll do underscore. Add it to that, set that. If we don't have it, set it. Okay. I kind of don't like this because I think it does hashing when I may not need it to do hashing. Whatever. And I just don't trust. I mean, because the has also does hashing. But this is fun because this is an integer, and typically integer keys are just stored as the integer. And the hashing is just a modulo. Or it does the hash and then it modulos it, but the hash of an integer is typically just itself. Should be, at least. What? Okay. Is this all fine now? Okay. Attempted pushback. To a variable. Okay. So apparently I just still have mistakes there. And it also added nothing. Right. This should be a 3. Okay. Was that the only real mistake there? Apparently on 645 I assigned nil to a dictionary. Which I didn't even think that was possible. Okay. whatever. One instance. Oh. Infinite loop. Did I write an infinite loop? It seems like I did. So that should have been really fast, honestly. Yep, infinite loop. It closed immediately. Okay. How do I do this so consistently? I use the while loops and then I forget to increment the values on the while loop. I'm doing it there. That's fine. Oh, if not positions. That would be a mistake. Any other whiles that I do a continue and forget to add to a value? Nope. Okay, it was just that one. Okay, it placed 65 instances in 1/10 of a second, which, gonna be honest, that's kind of a long time. Is there a chunking issue here? It didn't... Oh, well, I'd have that turned off. Okay, well, that's fine. So minimum distance to itself was 6. Does it seem like I've placed any closer than that? Doesn't really look like it. These two might be too close. They might be too close. No, those gotta be far enough away. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3. Yeah, those gotta be far enough away. I mean, it should just, you know, be totally fine. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clear and show this a few times. I'm gonna turn this one off so I don't have to look at it. Hopefully this doesn't... Cool. Okay. Let me actually show it again. Because I want to be sure that I'm not skipping any areas. I guess what I could actually do to really test it is just crank up the density to be something really high. So maybe 2 and then 2 and 1. Should we try to place like 2 every 16 meters? So I'm getting worried that this one may not be quite right. Okay, no, I placed them up there. Let's go to a really high value. 100 with a 0.5 deviation. 1, it's already going to be really low. Okay. I'm noticing something here. It definitely could have placed some over here, it just didn't. So what's going on with that? Why is that? Is it failing to place? It's definitely failing to place there. I think it definitely could place one over here. I mean, I guess it's just probability. No, it seems like there's a really hard line there. Okay, let me make the density even... Let me turn off the minimum distance. I can just set it to 0 and that's... Okay, okay, yeah. So there's a hard line on that one. there's a hard line here. So it looks like I've made a mistake in my chunking test. My chunking method. Seems like I've definitely made a mistake. So that should just mean that I've done the wrong thing here. So I take x2, I round it up. I think the main thing is that I'm currently in the negative x direction, which might be why it seems to be happening. No, it's happened on the x and the z. This is positive z and it still happened. Okay. I mean, I thought I needed to subtract 1, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, what? Okay, so I have this point and some box. Let me visualize it. Right. I have... Let's just do 4x4. Okay. So I have my point here. I divide by 16. I would guess I would divide it by 4. So in this case, it would go to like here, somewhere in this pixel. And then I would round it up. So it would round to like 0.2 something. This is coordinate 0. So this is 3 divided by 4 would bring me to 3/4. And then I ceiling that, so I get this pixel. I get 1, and I subtract 1, so that becomes 0. So that says this entire chunk is what that says. Am I missing the less than or equal to? Oh, I was. I thought I wrote that. I definitely wrote that. Where did it go? I did it here. I just missed it. Yeah, okay. That's, yeah, alright. Clear, populate. Why did it go back to that? Odd. And yeah, everything just reset. Cool, okay. Alright, so I'm gonna do 0.7 seconds. Was that really 0.7 seconds? Okay, so the printing is just taking a long time, apparently. Also, the percentage is definitely wrong. The chunk max should be these two. X2 minus, oh, should be C. A 112% complete. That's funny. Is it meant to be +1 then? Yep, okay. Maybe I could actually just scale it by instances, so every 1000 I pause. Now I'll do it by chunks. Every 10 chunks that I process. Multiplied, of course, by this. I'm kind of confused by the 0.7 seconds thing. Something seems wrong there. Like I've done the math incorrect. Yeah, it seems like the printing isn't being accounted for, which is really odd. I don't understand that. This is definitely, I mean, is it? Oh, maybe that's actually right. Okay. I think it's actually right. Okay. I think I actually want to bring this to like 5 density. I feel like I want a high deviation there. All right, but I'm sure that the regions are being fully filled. So I'm gonna hide this so I don't have to look at it. And it seems like that didn't like save correctly. Oh. Oh, because I'm being dumb. I'm never gonna. That one's always confusing. Okay. There we go. You'd probably leave it at 6 and then bring up density a bit more. All right. What does it look like? I'm gonna have to take my dog out. $90 FPS? What's happening? Maybe I shouldn't full screen it. Maybe that's just a mistake. Okay. Why do I feel like I see lines? Like, look at this. What is this line? I mean, a line should literally be impossible because of how I'm doing it. I'm picking random points and then seeing if that point is too close. So that should make lines impossible. Impossible. And it looks fine from the top, but of course it always matters what it looks like up close. Which it looks good. But I just didn't like for a second there that I thought I saw like a super obvious line. Alright. I like this. What's it look like from above? It's on a wireframe. Overdraw. Any patterns? I mean, there should literally be no patterns. It's just white noise. Okay. Cool. Alright. I will be right back. I'm gonna take the dog out. And then I'm gonna send this. Or clean it up so I can send it. Be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. All right, patterns, not really. Let me turn on the view of this. I was gonna say, does it look like there's a pretty obvious edge to it? Not really. It's staying, yeah, some parts it's staying kind of far away. Like this is a whole region that just didn't get anything. There's like none along this line. And actually, they're all kind of far away from it. Some here I got put right up on the line. That's okay. This big divot here. This is like the only one that's really close. The rest are really far away. This one's on the line, which is kind of surprised that even happens. That it gets that close. Cool, alright. And then this, like, this indentation here, hide it. It kind of like disappears. It looks more like this shape. Alright. I mean, that's what I expected to see, right? I'm just like looking at white noise. Yep. Okay. Let's turn this one on. It failed. Invalid assignment of index 334. That's an autofill. That was just an autofill. $554. $546. Really? Oh. Oh. Okay. Let me call this full total. And then this can be instant total. So this will be full total. Okay. I feel like bushes didn't really get very much. Oh, I guess the density is actually really low. So it makes sense. So they want to be from trees at least a meter away and from each other at least 2 away. Make more like 1.5. Maybe trees they could be a little bit closer to 0.8. Apparently one's the smallest I can go. Why? Why? That doesn't really make sense. At least for what I'm doing now, it doesn't make sense. So this is the minimum. Max, and it can go greater. Okay. So now I should have to click off and then click back on, and I can do it. Uh, 0.9. Zero between itself is 5. 14 trees is 0.9, itself is 1.5. Density, probably like 100. Well, like 50. Random errors, I don't know what that meant. Okay, well, I will say the bushes are definitely not like correct. I think they would actually be a lot larger than a meter. Or I guess, yeah, because if I think of what bushes are meant to be huge. Like you can fit the whole player inside of the bush. But I don't see any intersections, and I feel like I would have definitely seen one by now. So the distance is still absolutely working. That's very close together, but not intersecting. I mean, yeah, I made it like 1 meter, slightly less than a meter. It can be pretty close. Like, are these like 2 meter bushes? Because it's the origin to the origin of the other can be a meter or less than a meter. Yeah, okay. You have to do like proper math to figure that out. But looks right to me. Okay. Let me go ahead and get in variations. Or let me clean this up and then get variations. I'm definitely hitting the wrong button. Okay. Okay. Chunk size, instance, cleaning a lot of stuff. Yeah, the other one was definitely just too complicated. I had a system, but the results produced lines. So, all right. A lot of deleting, just tons of deleting. And it's really fast. Well, I actually didn't test it for a large area, so let's do that. Do I have a particularly large region thing? I don't think so. Does this have any shapes? It's that triangle. Okay, so let's do add a region. Use my buttons that I have. What was that? That looked weird. It just looked like things shifted. Okay. Add triangles. Click. That's not how this works. Actually, is it how this works? Oh, it does. Okay. And yeah, this definitely probably needs to be reworked at some point so I can manipulate these a little bit better. Oh, that might be too crazy. I mean, I'm trying to make it crazy, right? So I want a huge area. Like that's like, you know, a very, very large area. Let me even do a little bit more. And I will load that, and populate. Definitely not real time, but it's going. Wow, that FPS is nuts. Is this okay for my stream? Maybe it's not okay. I think the bushes are too much. The bushes are probably actually just too much. Alright, let me clear the bushes. I know the trees are fine. The trees it can handle. I think the bushes might have just been too much. Yeah, okay. That's a lot of trees. Yeah, very cool. Okay. And then I would technically also need slope stuff. So trees probably shouldn't appear on slopes like this or have a much lower density on slopes like this. I think especially on slopes like this, a tree probably can't. I mean, a tree could, but this is a geologically active area, and I would think a tree has a very small chance of surviving long enough before just some rocks crush it, falling down. So just the density would be lowered, not like, you know, no trees at this slope, but have like some kind of slope function, so less trees appear there. Because often what you would see is just areas like this would just be like dead sticks, logs, and just grass, no trees. Maybe not even grass really, like I said, like sticks. Because the trees would just die and their sticks would build up on this area. Cool. Okay. It takes 7 seconds to do that, which is acceptable. I would probably not make a region this large, legitimately. I would have probably like a smaller circular area, or whatever like that. Just so if I'm playing around with something, because yeah, I wouldn't have this entire region have the same density, the same everything. I would say like, okay, here's a bit more forest, here's a bit less forest, things like that. Yeah. Okay, cool. I will leave it sitting there, but I will leave it cleared. I think the bushes might have... It's probably the face count and the number of them was probably what really was making it difficult. Okay. That's acceptable speed to me. Absolutely acceptable. Just like a whole rewrite there. Okay. I'm not sending that one. Whoa. Is it region data? Yeah. I'm adding settings, not data. And then world maybe I'm adding. I think I am adding world. But I will do interactively. Okay. Terrain assets? I might be adding terrain assets. Yeah, okay. And then I don't think I'm adding any of that, but I do have this population setting thing and these 3 things. So I will add those. Oh, I need to delete those. Okay. So you gotta do that. Tree noise. Oh, I have to do staged. Okay. And then that should be it. I don't want to send any of the actual terrain region changes. I want to make sure that when I send those are like mostly finalized. Mostly. Basically finalized. And I think I still want to change how I do it, so I'm drawing shapes, N-gon shapes, and then I will just triangulate those because yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. I would like that because I would still like to be able to have the ability to draw holes, which I mean I can do by just like clicking vertices and manually painting everything, but it's a bit annoying to do that. It's really annoying to do that. Is it everything? It might be. No custom instances yet. Which, to be honest, if I want custom instances, or if I want to remove some, I can just use the terrain painter for that, especially the removing part. Though it would be nice to be able to click one and just move it or rotate it or something if I don't like the way it looks. Those are just transforms. That's like disabling the zombie. Okay. And then all that. All right. All right, let me specifically look at what I've staged. That's just a full rewrite and it worked. It was pretty simple. Expected count per 256 square meters or 16 by 16 meter area. I changed the minimum to 0.1 there. Added density deviation. That was adding shadows, I think. And increasing the ability 0 range. Just putting those in there. Adding the terrain regions. And then data 6888, 6382, 8846. Okay, all good. So change terrain instance. Population. Algorithm. Uses density and deviation for population and uses a chunk system to strategically manage minimum distance testing. And then white noise rand f placement. Okay. Okay. Oh man. Alright, hopefully that didn't like super mess with it. I should probably reload the project to be sure. Though it probably just saved it back again, so it might be back. It didn't, okay. But maybe that's going to break. No, okay, it didn't break. Good. Is floating zombie around here? Floating zombies over here, I think. Oh yeah, because these trees are all still here. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and paint these out, and then just send that. I still can't believe they made strength 1 like not guaranteed to delete things, or strength 100% not guaranteed to delete things. It just uses a really high probability of removing it. but it's not guaranteed. Is that a bug that these colliders are staying there? Is that a tree on a tree? Okay. Right, let's go and fix this one. And I still have the one tree somewhere. I don't know where. I think what I should do is probably go in, like, forcibly delete that or something. Or use like a really large region or... Yeah, actually that's probably what I should do. Probably use this one. I'm just gonna like drag this triangle out to be really large and clear the region. Go over there. Nice. Go over there. Nice. And this will have to go... I guess I'll have to go over there. Why doesn't it drag it out? Interesting. Okay. I guess this one will just not have some of it, but I'm pretty sure I know where it is. It's somewhere over here. I think it's like 1,000 or like 10,000 or like 1,000,000 meters in the air. So like the collision tests are like failing for it, so that's why it can't be erased. But this should get it, because this should just step through everything and... Oh, wait a second, how does clear region work? I think it just looks through every transform and then does a hit test on this. I think that's how it works. Pretty sure that's how it works. So as long as this encloses the transform, and the X and Z are on this plane, then it should be fine. Let me slow down. Okay. Okay. So I should just be able to say clear, or... Okay, cool. It deleted. Awesome. The counter says 0 there now. Very cool. It's a pretty dangerous region to have exist, but I think what I'll do is probably just clear that so I can't accidentally delete anything now by selecting this and clicking clear region. Maybe I even like to say, I don't even know. Hide it. Okay. So I think now what I do is I say get status. So those two modified. So I want to send those. I just terrain data, right? Nothing there I changed. Could not have been. I did get rid of the setting, so I'll do that. That should be it. And that should be it. Okay. Okay. So now what? Oh yeah. So I cleaned up everything. So then what I want to do is I want to make it so I can have random orientations and scales. So I'm just adding this to settings. That should be simple. I'll start with a height. A height variation. So I think I might put this under, yeah, I think I'll put this here. I'll make it a group. So it can kind of be not really hidden away, but in its own category. Maybe we'll put this above minimum distances, actually. No, this should definitely go under. What just happened? I just saw something over here change. Oh. What? Interesting. Okay. Maybe this should actually be category. Because I don't want it to like hide like that. I just want it to be a separator. Which I think when I do that I have to click off the back on to see it. That doesn't work in this case. Okay. Yeah, well. Sorry. There wasn't even any dogs. He was just barking at someone walking. Normally he like only growl. All right. Variation. So I'll just start with a height variation. I gotta drink water. Okay. Range. It's a -1 to 1 centimeters, and then you can of course just go higher or lower if you really want. Oh, I guess I would also have deviation here too, wouldn't I? Yeah, I would definitely want deviation here as well. So, should I? I think I should. Wait a second. Is there a case where I want it to be linear? I guess here's the thing about the density deviation. I think it's fine to have it as like the normal curve. There are chances it could be substantially higher and there's chances it could be way lower. But of course those are far less likely to happen. To the point that like you shouldn't see anything beyond I think 3 or 4 standard deviations ever. But I think for variation, it matters that it's a linear range. If I allow it to have a deviation, then it needs to have a minimum and maximum value still. Because let's say I set, just for now, I'm just gonna leave it linear, right? Oh, this would actually be a range. So minimum and a maximum. Yeah, you would already have a minimum and a maximum. So let's say variation. And I'll do a subgroup. And this will be a yeah, this will be an offset. So this will be the base height offset. And then I have I wish I could get that range thing to show up. But that's like a custom inspector thing that I can't use. It's supposed to be low offset. I guess I should set these to have defaults. And I guess this will actually be yeah, the way that I want this to work, it's gonna be like this, not less, only greater. started at 0. Low bound, how far below height offset instance can be. High bound, how far above height offset so this guarantees that these will be opposite ends. Low will be negative, will be subtraction, and high will be a positive. And I guess this means I could also use a deviation now if I really want to. I would just set it to be 0. Okay. So I start with height. And this will probably be a function. Like a good utility function to make sure that I'm keeping it consistent. Or I'm just not having to repeat a whole lot of things. Yeah, so I'll just have like a variate or something like that. Base float, random orientations. I'll have to look at how there's a special way to do orientations. Whoops, sorry. I guess it's more that I would provide I would give it how much it can rotate and then how much it can tilt. And that's all I would give it. What's the other option? There's... I guess those two would just be combined. I would rotate it randomly, and then I would do a random, if it's by a tree and the top of the tree is the front of the tree, then I would have a random, I think it's yaw, and then the pitch and the tilt. Roll. I don't know the terms, it doesn't matter. I just give 2 numbers. A rotation, a spin, I guess, and then, which is also, I guess, the actual roll, and then some tilt, you know. So base floats, Okay. So say if this is approximately 0, I'm doing a random range. So do, I guess first of all, I can test if low is approximately 0 and high is approximately 0. If this is approximately 0, I just return base. There's no variation happening there. Otherwise, I would do return that. Rand range from base minus low to base plus high. Otherwise, I would do return lamp. Like that. Okay. Cool. Flow the variation is now in. Instance, right? Is it instance? Instance is cool. Height offsets. Should we offset low, high deviation? Yeah. All right. Whoa. Too fast. So now what I want to do is toggle that off. Height variation. And apparently deviation is not showing up for some reason. Oh, it's not exported. Okay. Is that new? All right, first of all, let me start with like a -2 offset and just see if that even works. I'm going to turn off bushes. And click save. All right. That worked. And then now I'm going to say low, we can go as low as, or I guess not -5, 5. And maybe, no, 1's fine. All right, some of them are really low in the ground. And also these can like float out of the ground. Say 20. All right, there they are. Some of them are really low, some of them are really, really high. Cool. It's actually really neat looking. Well, that works. And then I guess, why is this over there? Put this up there. And then I guess I probably want to type in something kind of reasonable. Actually, let's just say this and then deviation. Let's try to stay within 1 meter. So these should all like crush down. Awesome. And it would be possible to see them go outside of it, but you know, really unlikely. So this one got like 3 meters out of the ground. It's like 3 standard deviations away, so that's really rare. That's already very rare. Any more than that should pretty much not be possible. So yeah, like I feel like I've only found 2 that are out of the ground, and one of them was actually really high out. Three out of the ground? Yeah, so that's really rare, because I just placed a 338 and I found 3 that came out of the ground. So I mean, I guess that would also go the other direction into the ground, but yeah, okay. Cool. Well, math is correct there. Okay. So the height seems to work. It would seem to work. Now, rotation. I guess I need to update the mesh. How could I even do that? I guess I could tilt the mesh. If I tilt the mesh, does that work? Will it appear tilted? It may not. Whoops. No, it doesn't work. Well, yeah, I mean, I assumed that. So I don't really have... I mean, I guess I would make them triangles. Oh, I'm limited to 4. Okay, well, I'll make them squares then. Oh. Reload scene, please. Maybe it would work? What? What's happening? It's the right thing. Why is it still a hexagon? I'm just gonna assume it's just bugged. I don't know why that's not updating. Okay, they're here. Squares. And they are diamonds. You know what, since that didn't work, let me also tilt this and see. Okay, well, not the whole thing. Or does the whole thing? No, I don't think so. This, maybe. We'll have to remesh the whole thing. They're not tilted. Let me see if just tilting the entire thing then works. Weird. I mean, yeah, I didn't expect it to work, but okay. Whoa. Point size? Okay. Well, it's a square now, so I should be able to tell, I guess, that the random rotation is working, but not really. It's gonna be difficult to really see that. But let's copy the whole thing. That's not correct. I'll call this spin. Is this like the positive Y? Yeah, it's spin along the positive Y axis. Why is it so... zoomed out? Okay. Okay. Radians as degrees. Thing. And I mean, this one's odd, but I think it's whatever. A low spin bound. How far this should be counterclockwise? Which is gonna kind of be impossible for me to tell, but I can fix it later. Well, okay. I guess I can select something that I know. So if I look up here and I do this way, negative. Okay. So low bound is counterclockwise. So I'll be adding that. And then negative is a high bound, which is clockwise. So I'll be subtracting that. Yep. Okay. How far... how far counterclockwise the instant spin can be. How far counterclockwise from the base spin the instance can be. Deviation is set to be non-zero, and this should all be ratings as degrees. I will figure out where that key is eventually. Set to be non-zero to use a normal distribution bound by the high-low setting. Zero will use a linear distribution. Spin deviation. Height deviation. So increasing low makes it counterclockwise, increasing high makes it y-axis. Low spin bound, how far counterclockwise? Radians as degrees. I guess this should be 0 to 180. And this is also 0 to 180. Maybe not. Does that make sense? Yeah, this should be 360. Up to 360. I don't think there's a good, like, valid reason to go lower than 1 for a degree. That just sounds kind of crazy to me, to be that precise. But this, I guess, can be in fractions of a degree. That's fine. So 90 would be, I mean, yeah, like 90 degrees as a standard deviation. I'll say 10. Say 15. Okay. So then I would do rotation. So I think the way that I should do this is the order, well, the order can't matter. The way that I'm going to compute the tilt needs to be totally independent of the spin. I can't just say x plus equals, you know, some value and then normalize it. I can't do that. Essentially what I'm going to do there is I will compute a random tilt between 0 and 360 degrees. And I basically just take a vertical, transform or a basis, spin it, and then tilt it forward by whatever thing I compute, and then I would multiply that to transform it by that. Okay, so rotation. So this is going to be spin. Rotated on the axis down, probably. And this will be a very low, high. I think it's supposed to be down because that's the direction that I look. Or I'll figure it out. I'll just make it a really small low bound and see which way it's going. If angle is positive, the base is rotated counterclockwise. So, I mean, it's difficult to figure it out. Because you say, you know, the vector, the angle is positive. It's like, okay, but which way is it, you know? Like, am I looking up? The up axis? Y'all? Up? Yeah, so I wanted to have it down so that positive is negative and negative is positive. Because I want... It's dumb, the way that they do it. Okay. Let's go to overdraw. Let's see here, variation, spin. So I want to say 5, and this should be going counterclockwise, so I should see some pointing that way. Or I guess, whatever. Okay, so I'm not quite seeing enough, but I think I might be seeing it, so I'm gonna say 30 degrees. $20. Just enough that I can see it, but not enough that I'm maybe confused about which way it's turning. Okay, so why does it seem like all of these are rotated the same way? Or is it just that? Is there a bug? They're all rotated very far. I feel like they're all rotated far. Okay, let me go to like 45. Okay, they're all kind of like all over the place. All right. Well, I think this might be correct because that looks like counterclockwise to me. Let's go to clockwise. Yep. All right. Cool. Clockwise. And I guess actually I could have just tested this. -10. And +10. Cool. Okay. All right. Low. I mean, I guess you could plug in 360. It doesn't really make sense though, because we're adding it. So we're going 180 degrees this way, 180 degrees that way, and they look the same. But I did want 360 in case you just want to do like 0 to 360. You could do that. And now they'll have random spins. Cool. And then now, if I do standard deviation 1, they should all be pretty much vertical, like with no rotation ever. Yeah. 2, they'll get a bit more. Yeah, probably I'm not going to notice until I go to like 5 at least. Because 3 is getting pretty rare. Yeah, I'm still not even noticing it. Alright, cool. Some of them are getting rotations. So it looks like that works as well. I mean, of course it should have worked, right? Cool. Okay. Oh, and I guess this would actually be like... right, 0.5. I guess that could be 1. If I'm being serious about these heights. Oh, the terrain doesn't show up for overdraw? That's interesting. Oh, it's like really weird. What is that? Okay. Okay. That's in there. Now I still need that. I still need tilt. I may want something kind of special for tilt, where it might depend on the slope of the terrain. But I guess I can figure that out. Yeah, I think that'd probably just be an added thing later. Like try to fit to the terrain. So if the terrain slope is like this, we're tilting more that way. We're not tilting back into the terrain. How could I do that? I mean, trees don't really have much tilt anyway, but I guess I just thought to add it in to test it. Yeah, most plants don't really tilt. It'd be like, I think 2 degrees is probably the most that a tree would reasonably tilt. And that would mostly be at the base. Should I even add in tilt? Maybe I shouldn't even add tilt. I think for now, I don't think I'm ever going to use that. Okay, I will actually use it, but it'll be such a low value that it's going to be really hard to notice. You're not really going to notice. So say tilt. And copy everything, and I will even use deviation as well. Base tilt XZ axis. Yep. Low tilt bound. Actually, this doesn't really make any sense. So, this is going to be something. Yeah, because the way that this is going to work is it's just going to be a tilt that goes kind of in any direction. And maybe if I really wanted to slightly favor some orientation or slightly favor terrain slope. Just say high. The height tilt bound. How far from the base tilt the instance can be. Oh, no, it actually should be. I should have the low and the high. How far back from the base tilt? How far into the base tilt? And yeah, up to 360. Tilt deviation set to non-zero to use a normal distribution, bound by the high-low setting, so we will use a linear distribution. Okay. So yeah, essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take I think the order shouldn't matter, but I think it's meant to be parent times. So the child is the parent times local. Right. Okay. So rotated on the I guess I can do a vary. So var tilt amount. And just make sure that I'm actually getting something, so I'm not wasting my time doing this math. If it's like the tilt has been set to something that it is like 0, right? So yeah, what I do is I take this and I rotate it by some random amount. It actually doesn't really matter. I'll just say up and then rand range 0 to that, and then low rotate, what? Rotate it along its own x-axis. X or Z, I can pick either one. So if it's... I do have to make sure that the... I do have to make sure that a positive value is rotating it down and a negative value is rotating it up. So if I do it on this, I think I should just make this negative actually. Hey Nexus, I think I should just make that negative. And this would be tilt amount. And then I gotta do this. Does that work? Transforms the right basis by this basis. I think this is how it's supposed to be. I get 6k points. I still don't have any ideas for what to do with those. Okay. Tilt. I'll just make sure that nothing happens. Okay. Is it? No. Okay. So... how do I know if it's tilting down or not? I guess I kind of don't. I can do this. I think I should be able to just simply take this off. And now this should be tilting down. I remember now the car guy. You can do this. The car, thankfully, was probably the easiest thing I've done. Like, I feel like every time I go to the next thing and I'm like, okay, this is going to be easier now. And it takes me longer. Even though I haven't really been working on it for like probably maybe like a week in total at this point, these trees are literally just taking me the longest time. I mean, I guess that's correct, because if I'm looking at it along, if I, you know, this is the axis, right? They're tilting down. And then if I were to make this negative, they should tilt up, which is back the other way. So that seems correct. Now just bring this back, and now they're all over the place. I guess actually what I should really look at then is... no, that doesn't matter. Never mind. I mean, if Z is forward, maybe I should use Z. I'm going to change it to Z. Even that it shouldn't change the effect. Are you going to use imposters? Imposters. What do you mean, imposters? So... like, I don't even... yeah, it's too much rotation immediately. I mean, yeah, like 3 is just too much. Okay, I can tell. I can tell there's tilt happening. But it's very, very small. Maybe it should be a little bit more. Just very slightly more. Okay. Alright, so I have height, spin, tilt. Next thing would be scale. Game graphics concept. They replace 3D objects with sprites when... I've been thinking about that, and I think that's... well, this is LODs. And I am using LODs. Luckily, this can already handle quite a lot. So if I go to this region, this is a very large region that I've made, and I turn off the bushes because that's insane. It takes a few seconds, but it goes. So this has like literally done nothing to my frame rate at all. This is literally not affecting it at all. And there are 18,000 trees, right? I'm thinking for LOD, instead of using a sprite, it might actually be better to use a mesh that is just a, like, a handmade, like, you know, mesh. I think I'll have to figure it out, but Well, yeah, I mean, they're obviously placeholders, but I feel like I'm already surprised that a box, essentially, can render this many times and it's fine. I'm already impressed by that. So this uses mesh instancing, which like the GPU, I don't know how it works, but it just makes it so it runs a lot faster to draw all these. I'm thinking I'll have to test it, but I'm thinking I want to try and see if I can just use a mesh for really far objects instead of using a billboard PNG, because the alpha testing, as I understand it, could possibly be a lot more expensive. Like if these were billboards, I don't think it would work. I don't think you could have this many alpha tests and it'd be fine, because they would be like sub-pixel alpha tests. At least maybe, I don't really understand it. I guess I don't know for sure how the alpha testing would work, but to my knowledge, this would be chugging if these were PNGs. So I think I want to see if I can make it so that a mesh, it's always just a mesh. But at a distance it uses like a very simple flat mesh. So I could probably have like 20 faces or something, and maybe that's fine. Because I think the way these boxes are drawn right now, there's 2 on the top, and then each one of these is actually 2 squares. So it'd be 4 per side. 4, 8, 12, 16, 18 faces. So yeah, I mean, I would think 20, and this was already working before at like, I think I had 8 or 6 segments, so yeah. I'll have to figure it out, but I think I might be using just a mesh and not a billboard. No one cheers up, yeah. No thanks. I will be obtaining one from online myself, and I will probably be modifying it. I will almost certainly be modifying it. That's part of my plan, is to modify it, so I'm not just copying it in. No thanks. Please no. For now, like I'm just using this as like, I just reduced the amount of segments, but it used to be 6, so it was like a lot. This is like, I'm sure this is more than 20. If I go to wireframe, I think it goes halfway. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Okay, no, I was mistaken. I thought it splits it in half down the middle. I guess it does not do that. Oh, if I had rings, then it would. Okay, but I have it at 0. This is what I was drawing, which would have 2 times 6, 12 plus 6. Wait, is that also 18? What? 2 times 6, 12 plus 6, 18. Yeah, okay. Well, it was already 18 faces. Off the top of my head, I can't like visually model it in my mind to know how many faces I would need to make it look convincing from this far away. But I feel like just a mesh and not using a billboard with alpha transparency is going to be better. For, you know, like, that's 20,000, and I would say this is probably, how much of the map is that? Definitely less than a quarter. Probably less than a fifth, so I'm looking at probably at least 100,000 trees. 100,000 meshes, and most of them are going to be the lowest LOD setting. Of course. But I never want to, like, delete a tree as well. I don't want to have a plane where the trees stop rendering. I think right now I can't really avoid it. I have a far plane that happens. But as far as I'm aware, that never hits because you're never far enough away. I guess here you could be, but you wouldn't be able to get that far out anyway. Okay, well, back to this. Height, spin, tilt, scale. And also don't want to have the thing where sometimes games will have a model and they have a huge scale difference. Like not a continuous scale difference, but like a huge scale difference where they make the bushes just be really small trees. Or they have like two tree types, but one tree, but they're the same model and one's just like half the size. If I'm doing smaller trees, I will have different models entirely. And use like very small scale changes. And this will be kind of... I will do this. Greater is an option. Low would be a subtraction. How do I do this? Low would be a multiplication. All right, I see it. Not greater. How much smaller as a percentage of the base scale? So you can't be 100% smaller, because that would be 0. High scale bound, how much? But this one can be... Zero, zero. This can of course be greater. Scale deviation set to non-zero to use normal distribution bound by the high-low settings. And this will also just be a percentage. But of course it will be larger. But it will be limited by those. Okay. Can I do transform scale? Oh. What? Scaled local? So scale offset, the... and I think I just multiply these together, right? So low would be multiplied by that, so it can't be... it can't fully subtract it. But high could fully subtract, or double it. And they can be 0, is that correct? Yeah, they can be 0, which is just nothing. And then I think this is actually supposed to be +1. So 1 scale offset 1 would be double. Oh, wait. -1 would be... how does this work? There's a... there's a certain thing happening here. It's like... is like 2 to the power of the offset. Is that what I'm thinking of? Flashbang. 2 to the power of 2 to the power of x. So -1 is a half, -2 is a quarter, -4 is an eighth. Right, so that's what I want to see. 1 is double, 2 is... or should it actually be E? No. Wait. Because 1's just going to give me that. Like, I mean, I do almost want it to be linear. But I don't think it's going to be possible. Is there a certain value that makes 2 become 2? I gotta fix the window. Okay, cool. What are you looking for? I mean, essentially like an inverse function. So when it's negative, it's 1 over the value, and when it's positive, it's the value. But then I have to add 1. Not log. Wait, is log? I mean, that's the same thing. Let me just think of that. So just, what is it, like x, where x is greater than 1? X, where x is greater than 1? X. Okay, there we go. And then, x, oh wait, no. It's greater than 0. And then when x is less than or equal to 0, or no, less than 0. I want one over x plus 1. What am I thinking of? Because this should basically be like that shape. Oh, 1 over negative x. No. Plus 1. I think that's about what I was trying to have. So when I'm positive, I have it. So 1 would double the size, 2 would triple the size, which maybe feels weird. 3 would quadruple the size. No, because I want 3 to 3 times the size. I'm just going to have it be different. Yeah, okay. I was trying to get fancy. Scale variation, scale multiplier. And then scale deviation. Is this right? So if I give it 1, I could subtract up to 1, or very close to 1. And then high, I'd be multiplying it by 1. So if it was 2... No, I think in this case I just want to add. Yeah. I'll just be adding. But this one needs to be a percentage. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. That one has to be a percentage. The high does not have to be a percentage. The high scale bound, how much larger added to the base scale? Yes, this can be. As a percentage of the base scale. Okay. Have you ever dug into a PRNG? I have. I'm trying to remember what I made one for, though. Something with cryptography. Hashing, I guess, is sort of PRNG, right? Okay, so it's not approximately equal to 1. is equal to scaled local actually if it's a transform it doesn't even matter. Okay, figure this one. Why are some of them really small? Are they small? That's definitely small. Why did that happen? So it should have been 1 plus 1 minus 0 plus... Yeah, what happened? What? That doesn't make any sense. Am I just missing something? Those are definitely... That's just really far on the ground. Is this scale? It's definitely scaling, right? Yeah. Why is it so far on the ground? Did I do something wrong? No, this is the basis vector. Oh. I should just be doing this. I think I should just be doing that. Okay, they're still small. It's not like moving into them outside of the area, right? No. So one linear between 0 and 0. What am I missing? This is 0. These are both 0. This is 0. Return base. What? I'm assuming something here is not correct. It's not actually 0 or something. Or maybe I have a bad copy paste. Oh yeah, look at that, height low. Why did that happen? I don't know. Okay, normal. Alright. Now low, as a percentage of this, I can go up to that, I guess, which will almost make them invisible. Yeah, so some of them are really, really small. That's a super tiny one right there. Though it, I mean, is this an order thing where I should do... No, the scale shouldn't do anything to the transform. It's still in the same origin point. It's just been moved down. Which, I mean, you just wouldn't do this. I would never do this. The low bound would be like 0.5 or something. And that'd be like the most I go. Also, I think the height offset is already kind of nuts. Yeah, this is like an extra bit into the ground. That's probably not correct. Probably wouldn't do that. And then I straight up can't tell the scales, but... I mean, this is accurate as to how I would use this. I would just have actual different meshes. Yeah, I feel like here you can see. That. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm not sure how I would use it, but I feel like these numbers are... What? What a weird thing that you can do. You can just like click in here and I somehow moved the mouse, so I dragged it up to 37. Okay. Alright, well I think it's working. They look odd. Maybe I should turn this down to 0 so I can actually really notice it. This is a pretty flat area over here. Yeah. Definitely see, I think, more height variation than would normally be here. Okay. And yeah, this would probably have like that kind of deviation. So they're all still very, very similar in height. Or maybe there is actually a lot more height variation in the terrain here that's... No, that can't... There's no way that can be accounted for by like what seems like a couple centimeters. It's a huge difference. Yeah, these two trees are basically level with each other, and they are the furthest apart that they can possibly be. Alright. And then I guess color would be there. I think what I've said for color is that I would have a list of weighted options. So I provide colors and I provide the weight of a certain color. So I'm guaranteed to get only the colors that I want to have happen. And there's no weird possibility for a strange color to appear, or like a strange shade. How does a macro variation work, actually? How does this work? Because this technically colors the whole terrain, but I have it very, very subtle, and it might not even be on right now. Oh, no, it's definitely on. I think it just blends between these two colors using this noise map. Is that right? I'm just wondering if it would make... Because how much color variation should there really be? Like if I put in like a greenish color, shouldn't there be some change to that anyway? Because otherwise I feel like I would have 3 colors for every individual color. I'd have the base color, and then I'd have these two variation colors that essentially define how far away we can go from that color. Or every color would just be 2 colors with... Yeah, that's a lot. I think for now, maybe I could just have another value on top of that. It's like, I think some small amount of like hue or value variation is going to be useful. Let me see what color has. I was thinking you can use hue, lightness, and saturation. Is that it? Hue, light, yep. So maybe what I do for every... I have a list of colors with their weighted options, and then I have a variation of each of these 3 values. For every color, you can have this change in hue, every color you have this change in lightness, this change in saturation. So you have a list of colors with weighted values, and then the issue with that is I would use it. How would I do that? It's probably time for me to have lunch. Alright, I'm gonna go get food. I'll be back in a few minutes. Weird. Yeah, I gotta think about this more. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. back. I've got food. I'm gonna eat. I was thinking for this color thing that I probably would have every color individually have these options. I'm trying to think of like which one of these is probably better though. Hue, saturation, and value, or hue, saturation, and lightness. I mean, they're really similar, aren't they? I think I need to look up what OKHSL is. Specifically, I mean, hue, it says 0 to 1, but is this like, I don't know. I know for a fact that hue here is linear. So 0.5 is going to be the hue halfway between yours and whatever direction you're going in. But here I'm assuming hue 0.5 is not halfway. 0.5 would be probably like color. I'm assuming it's probably even closer to like what color theory would tell you. If you're starting with orange and you say add 0.5, you're going to get to cyan, right? If you're on red, you're going to get to blue. Green, you're going to get to... What's the opposite of green? Something. I don't know. Alright, well, yep. Just gonna eat. I'll run this though. It's been my typical thing. Let's just watch the sky move. I'm back. I did not know that this happened. The trees from that hill have a perfect shadow down here. That's crazy. That's really cool. Now I want to keep the meshes even more because that looks awesome. I'm sure a PNG would not be able to do that. It'd probably look really bad. Awesome. Okay. So I was thinking about it. I think every color needs to have this individually. So I would have one color which just has all of these defined and a weight. And then the second color which has all these defined and a weight. Reason is, I think it'd be really nice to have the time of season be early fall, but maybe kind of a bit definitely exaggerated. Because I want snow to... Do I want snow to be a possibility? I mean, yeah, I do. Not necessarily like ground snow appearing, but at least the visual, I think, of some trees being bare, some being the evergreens. Then you have some trees that are bright red and yellow mixed in there, and then it snows. I think that'd be awesome. So awesome. So that is going to be something quite to make the colors work. I essentially need a new list here. I think I would have okay. I would have colors, their weights, so I can make it more or less likely to see a certain color, and then variations within that color. So hue, a lightness, and a saturation variation. Like literally just these. So I'd have the base would just be the color, so I don't have to worry about that. I'd have a low, a high, and then a deviation. So what I would have is just another array. But this needs to be its own resource because it's quite a complicated thing. So let's do that. T terrain instance color resource. And actually rename this to color settings. Because this might be something I want to share across different instances, and these could be really complicated with like 5 colors or 6 colors and specific variations for all of them. Would not want to retype that. So class name, terrain, is it just the same as this turn instance, yeah. So I think, like I said before, region settings is just an array of these. Sort of what I want to have there. It'll be an array of these, and they will have a weight assigned to them. Yeah. Yep. I think I'll actually put it first. Export. I have to hit save, so we'll load it. Here we go. And then, yeah, okay. It's literally just going to be that. A section with just that. Okay, cool. Have they fixed this actually? Now that I'm looking at it, have they fixed this? I think they did. Nice. It used to be a thing where this would all be slammed up on this side still. But now it looks like it does it really? Yeah, it expands. I mean, I'm looking at it right here and it expands. Nice. Okay. Hey, was it always like that? Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was always like that. Whatever. And I would like to hide the slider. Relative probability, and then I would also have the actual color. Color no alpha. Cool. And then yep, okay. White. This should be the default. Cool. And then hue, saturation, lightness will have every one of these for each of these. So if I do category, does it do anything here? Nothing happens? I didn't think so. So I really do have to just use group. Okay. Group. Hue. Hue variation. Hue. Hue low. Hue high. Hue deviation. Does that make sense, or should this be one number? I think it being one number makes more sense, actually. What hue? And this will actually just be hue variation. How far hue can change? And then 1 doesn't really make any sense. So just limit it to that. Hue deviation. Set this to non-zero to use a normal distribution. Bound. Variation amount. 0 will use a linear distribution. So I'll say higher values result in extreme hues more often. Zero use a linear distribution. Yeah, just do it like that. Say 0.5. And this probably needs to be, since it's between 0 and 1, it probably needs to be pretty precise. I think you should have quite a bit of precision there. Probably more than that, actually, yeah. 4 digits of precision. Though unfortunately, that's like it's limited. Oh, I guess it's just the slider. Okay, that's fine. I'd almost like to have like a reference value. Like a reference preview. Yeah, I think it actually makes a lot of sense. So supposed to be an export custom color no alpha int string. It's just empty. Usage is going to be editor. Wow, sorry. Property usage editor and property usage read only. Yeah, okay. And then this would then have to become a tool so I can update it. Update previews. So yeah, pretty much all these are just going to be like this. This set's updating a preview. And I guess I'd want to do this to limit that. Wait, what? What's the caret do? I don't know. Something. Okay. Okay. How to do this? I guess I do booleans. This be hue. Oh my gosh, I wish my fingers and my keyboard worked. Okay. All right, so this is the maximum variation. So essentially I just take the color and you preview max is going to be color, and then you preview min will be color. Like okay, HSL hue. Hue variation. I'm assuming when I subtract, I guess I have to go look at the code to see what it's gonna do. Because I don't know what it will do. I guess I need to go to tag 5.1 stable. That's what I should be on. And then I bet it's in core and variant. Maybe not. Is it a resource? What is color? Yeah. So it should be in core. What am I looking for? Register core types. Do I see color here? It's not. Miscellaneous? No. Main? No. Scene? GUI? Okay, well, color rect has to include color, right? Okay, so that's leading me to believe it's a core type. Hey, Dallin. The fact that it's just listed there like that. Control. Yeah, this doesn't even include color, so where does it come from? Alright. Color. Math, of course. What? Math? Math? Math. Math. HSL. RGB. Okay, HSL to sRGB. Cool. Play some good music. I am. What do you mean? Where does this come from? Third party. Third party. Miscellaneous. Okay, color.h. What? What am I missing? That's not, you can't, that's not, I don't think I've ever seen pi to this many digits. There's no way that even a double can hold that value. That's crazy. Check Discord. Why is Chuck E. Cheese? Oh, okay, I get it. Because they're accessing it from Chuck E. Cheese. Funny. Pi doesn't need to have many digits. I've never seen it to this many digits in code. I seriously doubt a computer can represent this with double precision. I'm just really skeptical of that. I think double is like 20 something digits. You get like 23 or 27, somewhere around there. This has got to be more than that, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 20 digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30 digits. $94 digits? What is this? It can't. There's no chance. There's no chance. It doesn't. This is not. This is ridiculous to look at. You need like a custom representation of decimal to actually use this much precision. Like this much is already kind of extreme. Like a third of this is probably extreme precision, more than the computer can actually represent. There's no way double can hold that. No way. Whatever. I just want to see what happens when it runs okay HSL to RGB. We just take the value. If lightness is 1, return white. As is 0, return black. That makes sense. Times pi. Okay, so this is a rotation. All right, cool. Okay, that's what I want to see. That's exactly what I wanted to see. H being used as rotation. Cool. Now what about H L? I'm trying to see if there's any saturation T. So let's send mid. Mid. Okay. I would also expect that super saturation results in a white image. I'm sure it probably works. It seems like it works. It can if you unroll the loops. No. That's not. Okay, I'm sure that works. We just add and subtract it and it should be fine. If do lit I don't have those yet. Variation, change it, and nothing happened. Do I have to do this? Why is it doing this? Did I like not hit save? Does it have to be in a tool? I think this also has to be a tool. It's not working. It's definitely not doing anything. Does this also have to be a tool? It's definitely not doing anything. So why not? Why not? Is it the fact that it says read only not allowing it to be modified? Ah, it's not doing it. Okay. Why? Oh, that's annoying. Reload. I can't see a reason why that should be doing nothing. There they go. Okay, so yeah, it was just straight up lying. Okay. It was being dumb. What? What? Can't do that. No, I can't. What? No, I definitely can. What's wrong with this? Oh, wow. There we go. All right, let me make it so that this could be greater than 1, but have this be initially very small. You like that, right? Okay. You're right. I need you to watch only the most recent reel I sent you, only the most recent? What? I'll look at it.
His hat and bow tie and his friends Chica, Bonnie, Foxy, and another friend he does.
This is too long, man. This is too long. I get the joke. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Ancestor spirit. Oh man. I finally made the trees place not in an insane way. And it's nice. Why do you watch other people's videos, but when I send you... Yeah. I mean... This was a silly video. I almost said it out loud. I did not almost say it out loud. I read at least like 5 words ahead of what I'm saying. I have to when I'm going through a message from Danilin. Okay. And yeah, deviation I'm gonna say is also gonna be like 2. Actually, what if it was a gradient? What if I had a gradient? I'm on the server. Okay. I was just thinking about, there are like color maps. They're just images. Along one axis is, I think, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure like what the axes represent, but you would have like a square image. I guess you could also have it three-dimensional. Any number of dimensions you want. And it will essentially be a gradient. Very common for vegetation. And what it would be is just a, whatever your two variables are, determine the color of something at a given location. I wonder if instead of just totally randomly picking a color, it should be on a noise map instead of white noise. That might be getting too crazy. Like borderline getting into way too much procedural generation. I don't need all that. Okay, let me just continue with this. So I have hue, I'm gonna do lightness, and I'm gonna do saturation. Okay, apparently I missed. Lightness. Lightness deviation set in 0 to so normal distribution. More extreme values more often. Cool. Okay. Lightness. Zeros. Oh. L. I was wondering, like, this doesn't look like it's getting lighter and darker. Awesome. White noise is probably best, honestly. I guess I could use my own kind of noise, like a built-in noise. I'm just gonna go white noise. That's kind of just getting a little crazy, I think. Well, lightness can change, lightness deviation, maximum lightness. Saturation deviation. Extreme colors more often. Saturation can change. Saturation. Okay. All right. Whoa. It just turns yellow and then blue? What? And then purple? What's happening? Crazy. Okay. Maybe this should clamp itself. Or min value. This would be a max value. I don't know. I haven't copied it. If I was going to change it. Okay. And I guess the same thing for lightness, and hue needs to be able to rotate all the way around. But I guess these should be like this. Minus. Cool. Okay. I mean, I guess it's already a really saturated color, right? Yeah. Is this correct? Seems like that doesn't do anything. Okay, that works. Okay, sure. All right, nice. And you can look at each one of them. Okay. So the previews are in. And I actually only care about if yeah. If, what is it? Engine is editor hint. And I actually want to do if not. This only happens in editor. Yep. In editor. Cool. And then I think I want a function to produce this color. So actually I don't want that. I want to do it from the outside. This will definitely be a function though. It should take an array of colors. Where is it? There it is. So the first thing I have to do is I have to compute a maximum value. Okay, and then I pick from that. Guess if max ticket is 0, then I return white. Okay, otherwise I need to do this. So rand int range from, I did this before, how do I do this? Do I start it at 1? Do I start it at 0? I'll just write it and see. So if I have a weight of 1, then I can pick between 0 and 1. I guess that means I immediately start at this. So 1 to that. And I guess I'll say if this is less than 1. If there's only one option, shall do this. please. Oh, wow. Oh. Well, I don't want to do that, actually. Never mind. So then I think what I'm doing is I'm starting with this ticket value and I subtract as I run through the weights. And as soon as the ticket value goes negative, the one that I'm looking at is the selected option, or it becomes 0. Okay. Well, why? What is this? Okay, that was weird. And then if ticket is less than or equal to 0, this is the one we found. Let me do this. For is choice a function? No. Okay. So if there are 20, we pick a number between 1 and 20. I'm just assuming like a single option. Let's say it becomes 20 because apparently this is inclusive, so the last value can be chosen. I subtract 20, and then the ticket value becomes negative, or it becomes 0. So we found the one that we want to use. That's what it means. Okay. And if somehow we didn't get one, should I do a different color to make it like obvious that it's a mistake? I'll do that. Okay, so I've got the color setting. Now from all of that, I need to produce the final value. So I guess I can just use does the order this matter? The order this probably matters, doesn't it? I guess what I do is I save each value and then yeah, okay. Grab this, and then I'm going to save each one of these. Is there one that can just give me these? Like all of them at once? No. It's going to be mean. The unfortunate thing is every time you request this, I'm pretty sure it computes it. So it doesn't cache it. Same thing every time I set it. Whatever. It's a one-time thing. It's not like live, so. I know where the S is. Oh, or would it just do like 1? I think so. Actually 0, right? 0 with that standard deviation, and then I right. Otherwise, hue is going to be just rand. Rand times 2 minus 1 variation times this. So I can add the hue variation or I can subtract the hue variation. Honestly, there's probably no reason to do it that way. Just the positive to the negative. And this will all copy. This is really tedious. Wow, this is like annoying. All right, cool. And then I would be doing return color from HSL. Sweet. Okay. So we pick that color, apply everything to it, and then it should just be going in there. All right. Let's make it like I'll have a couple colors. I will do a red color like that with a little bit of hue variation to make it obvious. And I'll make it so the deviation is a bit high. Right? So it's really likely to be on the extremes. If I were to make the deviation really high, then it'd be more likely to be on the extremes. So I'll do it too. Lightness, I think I'll just leave lightness. Saturated. Okay. I actually won't do over there. I was gonna do over there. Let me not do over there. That's gonna take like 8 seconds every time I do it. Pretty sure this is the one I've selected. Did it save that? It did. Okay, well, I'm shocked. Did it not work? Or is that actually red? No. There's no way. Now, this should have been like really obvious, I think. Okay, let me make the lightness have a very large deviation then. Right, okay, so that is definitely not working. It's definitely not working. Why isn't it working? Instance colors. This is the tree. That's the first color, right? Yeah. I guess let me see what it's doing. I mean, it's definitely not not making a mistake, I think. Maybe the colors is being used incorrectly. So this is X forms and colors. X forms and colors. It's definitely correct. Add instances. What? Instancer. That's right, instancer. What? Instancer add transforms. Huh? Oh, there it is. Packed color array. Okay, well, let me just see if what? Let me just see if making it return purple every time works. I'll do red. I think red should be very obvious. If I thought purple would be. Purple probably would be. Okay, clear, populate. Okay, color's not working. 100% not working. Why is it not working? Is it this? Colors is a packed color array. You know what? No. This has got to be a mistake. It's this, isn't it? I have to do duplicate. Because it's stupid. No. Do I gotta run duplicate again? Is there a single red tree anywhere? No. Do I not understand how this is working? I thought this should definitely do it. It says it's all red. It says it's all red. So I don't understand what's happening there. The color is not working at all. Maybe red doesn't do what I thought it was gonna do. Maybe it just so happens that red is actually not going to like make a large visual impact. So let's try black. Black should literally just make them totally dark. Okay. So it just straight up doesn't work. Why? That's really obnoxious. Here they are. Add color array. Color is white. If color size is greater than I, set color to that color. If we don't have it, create that. Add the color. Colors. What? Colors dictionary is equal to colors. Alright, I gotta feed the dog. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I'm just gonna look this for like another minute and then I'm calling it for today. I'm wondering if the color has to be enabled specifically. That was my thought. Like maybe color's just not a thing that it does unless you specifically request it to do colors, even though the code looks like it just runs with colors. Okay, so I don't see anything there. So I'm looking for update MMI to see what that does. It has a queue, so I go to the top because that's where the queue is processed. Oh my gosh. Okay. Update by region. Update by region. Set material if it's highlighted. Material override. Set transform. What color? What about color? So a render server. MA material override, material override, material overlay, or what? Nothing. Okay. Perhaps the color is passed in some other way, like to the material. Set instance transform. Spacing. T origin. MMI. Instance set base. Where does color come in? Create multi-mesh. Multi-mesh, create, allocate, set the mesh, set the transform, and then if ISOs and colors size, set the instance color. Alright, so here's gonna be my last test, I guess, because it packed color array from color red. So one of these trees should get it. The first tree should get it, which should be like up here somewhere. Okay. Why? Okay. Let me see here. There are no meshes anywhere. Does this have to have, like... Maybe it is a shader thing. Multi-mesh instance set color. Okay, let me look that up. What's the rendering server? Right. Multi-mesh instance set color. Set instance color. Ensure use colors is true in the multi-mesh. And base material 3D vertex color use as albedo. Set an absolute color instead of tinting. Multiplying the mesh's existing vertex colors. Okay, so I have to have... I have to have the material have vertex color. So it is... Okay. Okay. Never used. What is point size? Yeah, point size also not used. So vertex color. Albedo times that times color is the vertex color? No. Vertex. This writes the vertex color. Okay, that should be it. Where's the trees? Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Very nice. Adding region with existing ID, manual intervention required. Interesting. I don't know why that happened. Okay, cool. So it was just that missing from there. Now I should get a bunch of red stuff. Okay, it's all black. Because I had this stuff left over. Wow, this is some crazy variation. That's really intense. Oh, I guess because I made it really intense. Right. Cool. They're all purple. Which is not what I imagined. Something isn't right. It's not, this is not like the variation that I was expecting to see. Now I'm seeing some change. I mean, I guess this is right. Though, I mean, the colors just look strange. I guess it is because I'm using like a brown base already. Which I did think about that. I'll have to find some way to make it so that the bark color variation is different from the leaf color variation. But maybe that won't be such a big deal because I do have this very, very wide variation happening here, and it like is almost the same color all the way around. Yeah, kind of the only thing that does suck is that it's really like you're not really gonna notice the difference, right? At least from this side. It's really hard to spot what's going on here. But well, it looks like it works. To me, at least. Let's just make something green. And just see what large color does. Yep, I mean, that's about what I expect to see. Blue to yellow with green in the middle. Might increase the deviation. Which will be deviation is definitely wrong. This should have been like super green. Okay. Oh. This should just be H, shouldn't it? Yeah, this should just be H. Okay. Did I not hit save? Oh. No, I see what I was supposed to be doing. This should also be adding. These should have just been adding. I get it. Ooh, okay. Deviation even smaller. Okay, so it looks like it's just not doing that correctly at all. It's definitely not doing it correctly. Because a very small deviation, they should all be like literally right next to each other. They should all be the same color. Is it not changing or what? I mean, this should have like, there should be like no, I guess it's working. I guess I just don't. That's like just way more than I expected, right? Because 3 times this would be 0.01, which would be the same as this. And that looks that different? These colors look really similar. They look very different here. Interesting. So making this like 1 should have no difference. Yeah, it like didn't. Interesting. I guess these are all just that far apart. So should I make this like 0.1 then instead? Or 0.01? These seem really distant for the values that I could have. Yeah, I'm going to like 0.5 and 0.1 here. Lightness can probably be pretty large. Hue should probably be... Well, I mean, okay, well, yeah. Saturation, leave this like 2 and 1. Maybe even like 3 and 5. I don't know. 2 and 1. But hue should definitely be condensed, I think. For the editing side of this. So you can tell, like, you know, yeah, this is like a big variation here, right? Because that is like really noticeable. I guess it is a super saturated color, so maybe if I do this, it would be less noticeable. Bring it down here. Whatever. I'd figure it out when I get to it. Actually using that. I mean, it might be unusable right now because this is a color over the entire thing, but I guess that would just be the shader side. So maybe the, or the material side. So the material would apply it very strongly to the leaves, but then apply it like with a 10% to the bark. Or like not even really apply it to the bark. Or do some kind of thing where it can't deviate more than like some percentage of the actual color of the bark, but you could get some change. It just would be like limited strongly. Right, well, I guess then really in this case I'd like look at the red side. And have a lightness saturation. I think I can see that. Maybe this should be higher. And I'd give it a large deviation. So it looks more extreme. Oh yeah. You can definitely see it now. Saturation is probably too much. And I would like to figure out a way so I can slide this and have it update in real time. I think especially for the colors, that'd be really important to have. But I don't know how to do that. Definitely some kind of special stuff there, which for me, for now, doesn't really matter. Because a group this large, I think, is big enough to see the full, essentially the full variation. And I would test with small groups before I do a full, like, big area. Alright, but I think that already looks good. Just for, like, bark testing. And this is probably an extreme variation in color, to be honest. Because this seems, like, really gray, and then this is quite noticeably red. But for a game, maybe this is fine. Maybe this is like how extreme you'd want it to be. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Why are those trees over there? Those trees are definitely not there right now. Those trees are not there right now. Yeah. Why are there ghost trees, man? What's going on with that? I have to hold this open and hit save, and then that does it. Okay. There are ghosts here. Hey, they're gone. Alright. I am confused by that a lot. Alright, but cool. It's getting there. Systems are coming in. What else would I have for this? Min and max slope placement. That'd be like some kind of density thing, where, depending on the slope, it's way more likely to appear. I guess it'd be like a graph, right? Like it'd have. Yeah, actually. Like a density based on slope. So I might say, give me a little bit more trees on gradual slopes, and then extreme slopes to really drop it, you know? And then flat areas, you know, spike it or something. Large density. Cool. Alright. That's it for today. Pretty good day. Yeah. I struggled a lot getting these trees to place at all. And then I just kind of blew through everything in like one day. That's great. Like literally everything. The only thing left would just be that slope thing. I think having like a graph for the slope. Which hopefully that's just Terrain 3D can give that to me. Control angle. I think it does have a way to obtain the slope. The UV rotation of the control map? What does that even mean? Values are fixed to 22.5 degree intervals. Okay. I guess I'd have to go look at what Instancer does, because Instancer does have a... It does have a slope thing. Right there. Slope. Which the Vector 2 I'm assuming is a min and max slope. I'd have to see how they do that. They might... The raycast collision might return on normal, which is probably how you would do it. So I'd have to... I guess see how they even do that, because I don't think... Oh, get normal. That's it. That is the slope. That is the slope. Okay. Well, yeah, I do that, and I like a graph, so I can say 0 slope, 100% density, too high, you know, like this. I guess I want a certain shape to that. Maybe even something where like just like bands of certain slopes just have really high density. So it's really likely to get something. Oh, wait a second. That's not so simple. Because density is computed for a full 16 by 16 area. So I could only really reduce the density, which would just be a multiplier on top of that location. Yeah, that's how it'd have to work. I couldn't go any. I'd have to set the density to be the maximum for whatever I want it to be, and then I'd tune it down from there based on slopes. Alright, well that is truly it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. For sure. Be back tomorrow to finish this. Get the slope in there. And then, probably do figure out weapon collisions. At that point, I think that's the next step after this. So that when I aim with a gun and I fire, I can actually hit a tree on the other side of the world, and it would collide with it. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.